Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The night three moons aligned in the skies of Ethoria, destiny itself shattered. Seraphina Dawnwhisper stood upon the ancient observatory tower of Silverleaf, her ivory robes billowing in the warm summer wind as she gazed upward. The celestial phenomenon that occurred only once every 1,000 years painted the heavens in hues of amber, silver, and midnight blue. Around her, elven astronomers whispered excitedly, recording every moment of the triple convergence in scrolls of enchanted parchment. "It is as the prophecies foretold," murmured Master Ilarion, the eldest astronomer, his eyes reflecting the tricolored moonlight. When three become one, the veil grows thin. Seraphina remained silent, her slender fingers instinctively tracing the faint scar that ran from her wrist to her elbow, a permanent reminder of the magic she had forsworn 5 years ago. The magic that had taken her sister's life. As the three moons perfectly aligned, a sound like crystal shattering echoed across the realm. The observatory fell silent. High above, a brilliant light burst forth at the junction of the three celestial bodies, sending countless glittering shards raining down across the lands of Ethoria. "The reflection of the Creator," Ilarion gasped, falling to his knees. "The ancient mirror that shows not what is, but what could be. It has broken." Seraphina felt a chill deep within her bones. The elven prophecies spoke of this, the shattering of reality's mirror, but only as a harbinger of the end of days. Far beneath the mountains of Iron Deep, Drogath Stormhammer felt the earth tremble. The exiled runemaster paused his work, setting down his chisel beside the half-finished protection ward. The other dwarves in the mining outpost had long since grown accustomed to ignoring him, a blasphemer they called him, for daring to combine traditional dwarven runecraft with elven enchantments. When the trembling intensified, Drogath abandoned his workshop and climbed to the surface, emerging from the mine entrance just in time to witness the heavens' weeping light. Glittering fragments like falling stars rained down across the realm, one landing not 50 paces from where he stood. Curiosity overcoming caution, Drogath approached the impact site. In a small crater lay a shard of what appeared to be mirrored glass, no larger than his palm. Yet when he looked into it, he saw not his reflection but himself standing before the Rune Council of Iron Deep. Acclaimed rather than exiled, his innovative protection runes celebrated throughout the 7 dwarven kingdoms. "What sorcery is this?" he whispered, reaching for the shard. The moment his calloused fingers touched its surface, the vision vanished, leaving only an ordinary reflection. But Drogath knew what he had seen, and the implications sent his mind reeling. Within a fortnight, rumors spread across Ethoria like wildfire. The fallen fragments, now called the Twilight shards, possessed the power to reveal alternate realities, and more disturbingly, to make them manifest. Those who possessed the shards could, with concentration and will, reshape small portions of the world around them. In the elven capital of Luminara, nobles fought in secret duels over fragments that had fallen in their territories. Among the dwarven strongholds, clans hoarded the shards, using them to expand their minds beyond what was naturally possible. or to enhance their forges to create weapons of unimaginable quality, reality began to warp. In areas where multiple shards had been used, impossible landscapes formed, waterfalls flowing upward, forests where trees grew from the sky downward, stone that rippled like water when touched. The Elven High Council convened an emergency session, summoning their most powerful magi. Among those called was Seraphina Dawnwhisper, despite her vow never again to practice magic. "We cannot compel you to break your oath," said Alastrine, the Elven High Seeress. "But we need your knowledge, Seraphina. You specialized in dimensional magic before your retirement." Seraphina's jaw tightened. "Before I killed my sister with it, you mean—" Alastrine's expression softened. "That was an accident. And now, all of Ithoria faces far worse if these shards remain scattered across the land." "What exactly are they?" Seraphina asked, her curiosity despite herself. The seeress produced an ancient tome, opening it to reveal an illustration of an ornate mirror framed in silver and gold. The reflection of the Creator, an artifact from the Dawn era. Legend claims it was crafted by the Creator to observe all possible worlds that might flow from each moment in time. "And now it's broken," Seraphina concluded, each shard showing a different possibility. "Worse," Alastrine corrected, "each shard is a fragment of a divine consciousness, the imprisoned god Twilight, whose essence was bound within the mirror eons ago. As mortals use the shards to reshape reality, they unknowingly feed his power and hasten his awakening." In the dwarven outpost of Stonecrest, Drogath found himself confronted by an unexpected visitor. An elven woman with copper hair and emerald eyes, bearing the marks of a high enchantress, though dressed in simple traveling clothes. "Drogath Stormhammer?" she asked, her melodic voice carrying the typical elven accent that most dwarves found pretentious. "I am Seraphina Dawnwhisper. We need to talk about the shard you possess." Drogath's hand instinctively moved to the pouch at his belt where he kept the Twilight shard. "What business is it of yours, elf?" "The business of preventing our world from unraveling," she replied evenly. "The shards are fragments of a divine prison. Each use weakens the seals, holding back a god who would consume our reality." The dwarf scoffed. "An elven fairy tale to claim what rightfully fell on dwarven land. Is it a fairy tale that River Goldbranch now flows through the air in a spiral? That the forests near Emberston now grow trees with leaves of crystal?" Seraphina challenged. "The fabric of reality is tearing, Master Stormhammer. And only by gathering the shards can we prevent catastrophe." Drogath studied her face for deceit, but found only urgency and something else. Guilt, perhaps. A kindred spirit to his own shame of exile. "Even if I believed you," he said slowly, "why come to me? I'm just an exile, a blasphemer who dared mix dwarven runes with elven magic." Seraphina's eyes widened slightly. "That's precisely why. The Twilight shards contain both runic and arcane energies. My people's seers believe only someone, versed in both traditions, can help contain their power." For the first time in years, Drogath felt a spark of purpose ignite within him. Their unlikely partnership began with mutual distrust. Seraphina kept her distance, clearly uncomfortable around the gruff dwarf with his elaborate beard braids and blunt manner of speaking. Drogath, for his part, continually questioned her every decision, reflexively opposing anything suggested by an elf. Their first recovery mission took them to the Whispering Plains, where a local warlord had used a shard to create an impenetrable fortress with walls that shifted and changed whenever attacked. Inside, They found the human commander gazing obsessively into his shard, surrounded by increasingly bizarre architecture, stairs that led to nowhere, doorways opening onto empty sky, columns that twisted like serpents. "He's losing himself," Serafina whispered as they observed from hiding. "The shard is consuming his mind." "Aye, but how do we get it from him?" Drogath asked. "My runes can't penetrate walls that don't properly exist." Serafina hesitated, then pulled back her sleeve to reveal the scar running along her forearm. "I can use magic to create a diversion, but I need your help to ground me." "You're afraid of your own power," Drogath realized. "The last time I channeled dimensional magic, I lost control. My sister she was pulled into a rift between worlds." Serafina's voice cracked slightly. "That's why I took the vow?" Understanding dawned on Drogath's face. "And that's why you truly came to me, not just for my knowledge of runes and magic, but because you needed someone who could anchor you." For the first time, a ghost of a smile touched Serafina's lips. "Perhaps elven seers and dwarven runemasters aren't so different after all. We both recognize patterns others miss." Working together, they forged a plan. Drogath inscribed anchoring runes on Serafina's skin, temporary markings that would help her control the flow of magic. When she channeled power, creating illusory duplicates of themselves to distract the warlord, the runes glowed with soft blue light, stabilizing her casting. They retrieved the shard, but not before witnessing the warlord's desperate plea, "Don't take it from me. I've seen perfection in its depths." As they departed the twisted fortress, Serafina studied the recovered shard. Each fragment shows a different possibility, the deepest desires of whoever looks upon it. "What do you see?" Drogath asked. Serafina hesitated. "My sister, alive, and you." "Acceptance," the dwarf admitted gruffly. "Recognition from my kin." They both fell silent, understanding the temptation each fragment presented. Indeed, their journey took them across Ethoria, from the floating islands of Skyhaven to the bottomless lakes of Deepwell. With each shard they recovered, they witnessed more of reality's unraveling, and glimpsed more of each other's pain and hopes. In the crystal forest, now transformed into a labyrinth of mirrors by multiple shards, they encountered versions of themselves from other possibilities. Serafina came face to face with a version of herself who had never practiced magic, living a simple life as an herbalist. Drogath met a counterpart who had become king under the mountain, but at the cost of his innovation and creativity. The shards don't just show what could be, Serafina realized as they made camp that night. They show us the price of each choice not taken. The mirror was never meant for mortal eyes. Drogath nodded, stoking their campfire. No wonder this Twilian was imprisoned within it. To see all possibilities at once would drive anyone mad, even a god. As they gathered more fragments, they began to sense a consciousness stirring within them, ancient, patient, and hungry. Dreams of endless twilight haunted their sleep, and whispers tempted them to use the shards themselves. After recovering their 12th fragment from a deranged elven sorcerer who had used it to create a tower of living flesh, Serafina made a shocking discovery. "These aren't just pieces of a prison," she explained, laying the shards in a circle. "They're pieces of Twilian himself, his consciousness, his essence, fragmented and bound within the mirror. So if all the shards were reunited," Drogath began. "He would be whole again," Serafina confirmed, "and he would either bring salvation or destruction to our world. The ancient texts aren't clear." Drogath's brow furrowed. "There must be hundreds of shards scattered across Ethoria. We can't possibly find them all." "We don't need to," Serafina replied. her eyes reflecting the glimmer of the fragments. "We need to find the keystone, the central piece that binds all others. With it, we can either permanently shatter the connection between the shards, or restore the mirror and the god within it," Drogath finished. The unspoken question hung between them. Which would they choose? Their search for the keystone led them to the Temple of Convergence, built precisely where the three moons had aligned. There, amidst the ruins of what had once been a place of worship for both elves and dwarves together, a forgotten chapter of history, they discovered the final piece. The keystone was larger than the other shards, its surface rippling with images from all possible realities. When Seraphina and Drogath gazed into it together, they saw neither their greatest desires nor their deepest fears, but rather the truth of what Twilight was, a god of possibility itself, neither good nor evil, but the embodiment of choice and consequence. "If we destroy the connection," Seraphina said softly, "we prevent his awakening. Reality stabilizes, but remains fixed, diminished." "And if we restore him?" Drogath asked. "Infinite possibility returns to the world. Magic becomes wild again, unpredictable. The boundaries between what is and what could be thin forever." As dawn broke over the horizon, casting long shadows through the ancient temple, Seraphina and Drogath faced their choice, not as elf and dwarf, but as guardians of a shattered reality, standing at the twilight of one age and the potential dawn of another. The fragments lay before them, awaiting their decision. Story 2. The first star fell on the longest night of the year, a streak of silver that tore through the velvet sky and crashed beyond the whispering woods with such force that the ancient trees trembled and the waters of Lake Lumina rippled with ghostly blue light. In the crystalline citadel, home to the eternal elves, not a single breath was drawn as the heavens wept their fiery tears. The ancient seers knew what it meant. The first pillar had begun to crumble. Thaddeus Runnervale stood on the observatory balcony, his human frame appearing almost childlike beside the towering elegance of his elven mentors. Yet his eyes, deep blue with flecks of amber, betrayed a wisdom beyond his 22 years. He had been raised among the immortals since being found as an infant at the citadel gates, a curiosity they had nurtured with their patient, timeless attention. "Master Etherean," Thaddeus addressed the Arch-Hierophant, his voice barely audible above the distant rumbling that had not ceased since the star's fall. The celestial patterns match the ancient prophecy of elemental collapse. The Arch-Hierophant's face remained impassive, his silver eyes reflecting the countless constellations above. His slender fingers, adorned with rings of enchanted moonstone, tightened almost imperceptibly around his staff of crystal and living wood. "Such texts are forbidden, young scholar," Etherean replied, his melodious voice carrying the weight of millennia. "Even to one as favored as you." But Thaddeus had already seen too much in the secret archives beneath the Citadel's public libraries. Scrolls of faded azure ink describing the 4 elemental pillars that sustained their world: earth, fire, water, and air. More troubling were the accounts, written in a shaking hand, detailing how the elves had discovered they could extract the pillars in essence to extend their lives beyond natural limits. "The world trembles, Master," Thaddeus persisted. "If the texts speak true, we have precious little time before the second pillar fails." Etherean's eyes narrowed, the millennia of practiced serenity cracking like thin ice over a winter lake. "You will forget what you have read, Thaddeus. Some knowledge is too dangerous, even for one with your gifted mind." But 3 days later, when Thaddeus continued his research in defiance of the Arch-Hierophant's command, the crystalline guard came for him. The sentence was swift: Banishment from the only home he had ever known, cast out beyond the enchanted boundaries that separated the elven realm from the harsh world beyond. The Ironheart Tavern in the frontier town of Gravelhold reeked of stale ale and sweat, a far cry from the perfumed halls of the crystalline citadel. Thaddeus hunched over his third tankard, his scholar's robes now travel-stained and torn. A week of wandering had left him haggard, the reality of exile bitter on his tongue. "You're drinking like a dwarf without a clan," came a gruff voice beside him. Thaddeus turned to find himself staring into the weathered face of a dwarven woman. Her beard was braided with tiny metal beads that clinked softly when she moved, and her eyes were the deep red-brown of freshly turned earth. Heavy rings adorned her thick fingers, not decorative like those of the elves, but utilitarian, marked with runes that glowed faintly in the dim tavern light. "Perhaps I am without a clan now," Thaddeus replied, surprised by the bitterness in his own voice. The dwarf studied him with a craftsman's calculating gaze. "You're the elf friend they're hunting, the one who spoke of the pillars." Thaddeus tensed, his hand moving toward the small dagger concealed in his sleeve, a poor weapon, but his only defense. "Peace, scholar," the dwarf said, raising a calloused palm. "If I meant to collect the bounty on your head, we wouldn't be talking." She leaned closer. "I am Grimna Rockfirm, rightful heir to the throne of Khazad-dûm, though my kin would sooner throw me into the fiery abyss than acknowledge it." "What do you want from me?" Thaddeus asked warily. Grimna's smile revealed teeth capped with gold. "The same thing you seek, to understand why the earth trembles beneath our feet and stars fall from the sky. I've seen the cracks forming in the ancient dwarf holds, the geodes that have blazed with light for 10,000 years, now darkening one by one." She laid a folded parchment on the table. "And I think you've seen the reason why." The parchment contained a crude but effective rendering of an elven manuscript, the same one Thaddeus had discovered hidden in the archives. But this version contained additional notes in angular dwarvish script. "And how did you—" "My grandfather was obsessed with the pillars. Our ancestral forge, Emberhold, contains machinery he built based on these texts," Grimna explained. "He believed the pillars could be reinforced, perhaps even reforged, but he died before completing his work." Thaddeus felt hope kindling for the first time since his exile. These notes mention a material, primordial essence. Aye, the raw stuff of creation, or so the legends say. Grandfather believed it could be harvested where the boundaries between elements are thinnest. Grimna's eyes gleamed with the fervor of one who had found purpose after long searching. "I need someone who understands the elven texts, someone brave or foolish, enough to defy both elven kind and my own people." Thaddeus looked at the dwarf, seeing beyond her rough exterior to the determination that mirrored his own. "Man, the texts speak of 4 sites where the pillars connect to our world. The submerged ruins of the aquatic kingdom, the fiery abyss, the firmament mountains, and the living heart," Grimna finished, "where the essence of earth manifests. It lies beneath my ancestral forge, which is why my grandfather could study it." She extended her hand. "Together we might save this world, scholar. Or at least understand why it's ending." The descent into the living heart was like entering a dream made solid. The ancient dwarven tunnels beneath Emberhold gave way to passages not carved but grown, as though the very stone had flowed like water and frozen in tortuous patterns. Crystals pulsed with amber light, illuminating chambers where massive roots wider than wagon wheels punched through stone barriers, twining with veins of ore and gemstone. The boundary between plant and stone blurs here," Thaddeus whispered, his scholar's mind cataloguing the impossible sights, just as the texts described. Grimna moved with the confidence of one returning home, though her eyes betrayed wonder equal to his own. Her ancestral forge had stood abandoned for decades, reclaimed only when she had escaped her cousin's assassination attempt and fled to her grandfather's old workshop. Now she led Thaddeus through hidden doors and secret passages until they reached a chamber that defied belief. The cavern stretched beyond the reach of their lanterns, its ceiling lost in darkness. At its center stood a column of living stone and wood intertwined, pulsing with a golden light that sent shadows dancing across the crystalline floor. But Thaddeus's attention was drawn to the fissure that ran through the column's heart, a jagged wound leaking golden light like blood. "The earth pillar," he breathed. "It's failing." Grimna approached the massive machinery surrounding the pillar, copper coils and iron wheels, reservoirs of strange liquids and crystalline lenses arranged to focus the pillar's light. Grandfather's work. He built this to channel and store the pillar's essence. Thaddeus examined the aged parchments and journals scattered across a stone table, translating the mixture of Dwarvish and ancient Elven. According to these calculations, all 4 pillars are linked. As one weakens, the others must compensate, creating a cascading failure. "Can we repair them?" Grimna asked, her normally gruff voice soft with wonder and dread. Before Thaddeus could answer, a new voice echoed through the chamber, melodious, ancient, and filled with authority. "No, young ones. The pillars cannot be repaired. They can only be renewed." From the shadows stepped Arch-Hierophant Etherian, his silver robes shimmering with their own inner light. Behind him stood a contingent of crystalline guards, their armor gleaming despite the dimness. "Master Etherian," Thaddeus said, surprise overriding fear. "How did you find us?" "I have watched you since your birth, Thaddeus," the ancient elf said, his face sorrowful. "Did you think I would not follow when the last piece of the prophecy finally began to move?" Grimna stepped protectively in front of the machinery. "You'll not stop us from trying to save the world your kind has drained for your immortality." To their surprise, Etherian raised his hand in a gesture of peace. "You misunderstand, brave daughter of Kara's doom. I have come to help you." The Arch-Hierophant approached the wounded pillar, his ancient eyes reflecting its golden light. "The scrolls told you part of the truth." "Yes, my ancestors discovered how to extract the pillar's essence to extend our lives, but they soon learned a terrible truth. The pillars are not merely sources of power, they are prisons." "Prisons?" Thaddeus repeated, confusion evident in his voice. "Before the world you know existed, there was chaos, pure, unbridled elemental force without form or purpose. The first ones, beings neither elf, dwarf, nor human, captured this chaos and bound it into the pillars to create a stable world where life could flourish." Etherian placed his palm against the wounded pillar, and the golden light seemed to leap toward him, swirling around his form. Every 1,000 years, the bindings weaken. The immortality ritual was not designed to steal power, but to strengthen these bonds through living sacrifice. "Then why keep this secret?" Thaddeus demanded. "Why banish me?" "Because each renewal requires a choice," Etherian replied, his voice heavy with the weight of countless difficult decisions. "The world can continue as it is, stable, predictable, with the elements firmly bound. Or the pillars can be allowed to fail completely, releasing the primordial chaos to reshape reality anew." The ancient elf's eyes met Thaddeus's. For 10,000 years, the eternal conclave has chosen stability, becoming jailers of creation's true potential. But now the choice passes to new hands, a human raised by elves and a dwarf who sees beyond ancient hatreds. Grimna approached the machinery her grandfather had built, understanding dawning in her eyes. This wasn't designed to repair the pillars. It was built to control the release if the time came to let them fail. Precisely, Etherian nodded. Your grandfather understood. The choice before you is this. Reinforce the pillars through sacrifice. Your own lives would suffice, given your unique natures, or guide the release of primordial chaos, allowing it to remake the world, perhaps better, perhaps worse. The cavern fell silent, save for the soft hum of the wounded pillar. Thaddeus and Grimna looked at each other, two exiles holding the fate of existence in their hands. How do we decide? Thaddeus whispered. Grimna's hand found his, strength flowing between them. We look beyond what is, scholar, to what could be. Isn't that what you've always done? As the second star began to fall from the twilight sky, they made their choice. Story 3. The threads came undone on the night of the blood moon. They slithered through the air like spectral serpents, their luminescent filaments visible only to those with the sight. In the city of Needles, with its 1,000 silver spires piercing the twilight sky, few noticed the fraying edges of reality. But Lyra Penumbra felt the change in her bones. Standing atop the slanted roof of the Grand Arcanum, Lyra's mismatched eyes, one emerald like her elven mother's, one midnight blue like her human father's, tracked the gossamer strand that drifted past her fingertips. It pulsed with a life of its own, singing a silent melody that only she could hear. Without thinking, she reached out and caught it. The thread writhed in her grasp, warm and alive, desperately seeking to rejoin the great unseen pattern that bound all things. Through her half-elven senses, Lyra perceived what no ordinary thief could. This was no mere magical phenomenon, but a piece of the great tapestry itself, the cosmic weave that the ancient destiny weavers had crafted to give structure to the chaotic void of existence. And it was unraveling. "What have we here?" she whispered, her voice carried away by the night wind that swirled around the city's crystal towers. A stray thread from the loom of fate, the silvery filament twined around her fingers, as if recognizing a long-lost master. Lyra had always possessed unusual talents, the ability to vanish from sight when guards were near, to find hidden pathways where none should exist, to open locks that master blacksmiths had declared impenetrable. But this was something else entirely. She pocketed the strand within a vial of enchanted glass and continued her original mission. House Luminari's famed moonstone would fetch enough silver to keep her fed for a year, and the Duke's security, while impressive, was no match for a shadow that could step between heartbeats. Yet as she slipped through the skylight of the ducal tower, a terrible rending sound shook the very air. Above the city, the night sky tore open like parchment, revealing a writhing darkness beyond the stars. From that unholy aperture emerged a creature of nightmare, a being of void and hunger, with limbs that bent in impossible directions and eyes that burned with the cold fire of distant dying suns. Across the city, alarm bells rang out, and the spellwoods flared to life with azure flame. But Lyra knew, with dreadful certainty, that conventional defenses would be useless against this abomination. It had come through a rent in the tapestry itself, a fundamental breach in the laws that governed existence. As she turned to flee, the door to the Duke's chamber splintered inward, and a broad-shouldered figure stepped through the wreckage. His beard was plaited with iron rings, his eyes the color of forge-heated metal, and the rune-carved warhammer he wielded glowed with suppressed power. "Half-breed," he growled, his dwarven accent thick with contempt. I knew I'd find you at the heart of this catastrophe. Inquisitor Dornoch, the implacable hunter of rogue magics and forbidden arts, had finally caught up to his prey. But his usual quarry, cultists, demon binders, and chaotic sorcerers paled in comparison to the entity now descending upon the city. "This isn't my doing, Stoneheart," Lyra snapped, backing toward the window. "But I'm not staying to argue while that thing tears the city apart." Dornoch's eyes narrowed. "You've taken something that doesn't belong to you. Something connected to this incursion." His accusation struck uncomfortably close to the vial, now warm against her skin. Before she could formulate a denial, the tower shuddered as the void creature smashed into one of the neighboring spires, sending crystalline shards raining down into the panicked streets below. "We don't have time for this," Lyra hissed. "That abomination will consume everything in its path. Then you'll help me stop it," Dornoch replied, his tone making it clear this was not a request. "Or I'll ensure you face judgment before it devours us both." And so began the unlikeliest of alliances. A half-elven thief with an instinctive gift for manipulating the threads of fate, and a dwarven inquisitor whose clan had been annihilated by an elven prophecy gone terribly wrong. 3 days later, having narrowly escaped the fall of the City of Needles to the void creatures now called Unravelers, Lyra and Dornoch found themselves in the hidden sanctuary of the Broken Circle, a fellowship of mystics, exiles, and scholars who had long studied the deeper patterns of existence. Their leader, Master Grimwald, moved with the deliberate grace of ancient wisdom, his age impossible to determine behind a face lined with experience yet bright with vitality. His robes, woven from material that seemed to shift between light and shadow, flowed around him like living water. The tapestry tears because the last true weaver was murdered, Grimwald explained, his fingers tracing patterns in the air that left momentary trails of golden light. Without their constant mending, the fabric of reality cannot hold against the pressure of the void beyond. "And who killed this weaver?" Dornoch demanded, his hammer never far from his grasp, even in this supposed haven. Grimwald's smile held secrets as deep as mountain roots. "Those who feared what the tapestry had become, a prison of predetermined paths rather than a framework for infinite possibility." The mystic turned to Lyra, his eyes reflecting knowledge that made her skin crawl with unease. "But you, child of two worlds, have inherited what was thought lost. The weaver's sight flows in your veins, passed down through generations of dormant bloodlines until the pattern was right for its re-emergence." Lyra withdrew the vial with the captured thread, now pulsing with increased urgency. "You mean I can repair these tears, restore the tapestry?" "Perhaps," Grimwald nodded. "But first, you must learn to truly see. And for that, we must journey to the Celestial Needles, the place where the tapestry is anchored to our realm." Dornoch's expression darkened. "The Needles are a myth, a children's tale. As were the Unravelers, until they began devouring your city," Grimwald countered. "Or the greatest truths often hide within stories dismissed as fantasy. The journey to the Celestial Needles took them through landscapes transformed by the weakening of reality's boundaries, forests where trees grew upside down, their roots drinking starlight instead of water, deserts where sand flowed like liquid and formed temporary sculptures of events yet to occur, mountains that hummed with the music of creation itself, their echoes forming words in long-forgotten tongues. Throughout their travels, more Unravelers breached the thinning barriers, forcing Lyra to experiment with her emerging powers. She learned to pluck the threads of fate that bound these creatures, unmaking them as they had unmade others. Each victory strengthened her abilities, but also bound her more deeply to the tapestry itself. Dornoch, initially suspicious of all things elven or magical, gradually revealed the truth of his clan's destruction. How an elven seer's prophecy had led to the mining of a sacred mountain, unleashing a cataclysm that consumed thousands of dwarven lives. They claimed the prophecy demanded it, he told Lyra one night beside their campfire, that sacrificing my people would prevent a greater disaster. I have hunted rogue magic ever since, ensuring no more lives are destroyed by such arrogance. Lyra, in turn, shared how she had grown up belonging nowhere. Too elven for human society. Too human for the elven enclaves. Her gift for finding lost things and disappearing when needed had naturally led her to thievery, but she had always sensed a greater purpose eluding her. As they drew closer to their destination, Grimwald became increasingly insistent on teaching Lyra specific weaving patterns, complex manipulations that he claimed would help her mend the largest tears. Yet something in his instruction troubled her, subtle discordances that her growing sensitivity to the tapestry's patterns allowed her to perceive. The celestial needles, when they finally appeared before them, defied mortal comprehension. Massive spires of opalescent crystal rose from a landscape of pure white, each one thrumming with power that resonated through the very foundation of existence. Between them stretched visible filaments of the great tapestry, a cosmic loom where all possibilities were woven into being. "This is where it began," Grimwald announced, his voice suddenly different, deeper, older, filled with a hunger that had not been present before. "And this is where it shall be unmade and rewoven." His robes fell away, revealing a body composed not of flesh, but of interwoven threads of magic and void. Master Grimwald was no ordinary mystic. He was one of the original weavers, corrupted by eons of watching mortal folly repeat endlessly across the tapestry's expanse. "I did not lie," he told them, rising into the air as threads from the great pattern flowed toward him. "And the last true weaver was indeed murdered by me." Their rigid devotion to maintaining the flawed pattern that the first weavers established had become intolerable. "This world needs restructuring." "You created the tears," Dornoch realized, raising his hammer. "You let the unravelers through to force our journey here." "I needed her," Grimwald nodded toward Lyra. "A new weaver with untrained power, one I could mold to help me deconstruct the tapestry and remake it without the chaos of free will. Imagine a world without war, without suffering, without the endless repetition of mortal errors." Lyra felt the threads around her vibrating with the truth of his words. Grimwald had orchestrated everything, the discovery of her power, their flight from the city, the journey that had honed her abilities. And now he expected her to help him unravel reality itself and replace it with a deterministic paradise. "You wish to weave a prison," she said, understanding blooming like twilight shadows, "a perfect cage where every thread follows its predetermined path." "I offer salvation," Grimwald countered, the void within him growing visible through thinning layers of magical disguise. "To help me remake creation or watch as it collapses entirely?" The massive looms between the crystal spires began to spin with increasing speed as Grimwald exerted his ancient power. Reality itself groaned under the strain of his manipulation. This was the moment of truth, either aid in creating a perfect but predetermined existence, or fight to preserve the flawed but free tapestry of life. In that instant, Lyra understood what she had to do. Drawing on everything she had learned, she reached not for the visible threads that Grimwald sought to control, but for the spaces between them, the void that gave the pattern meaning, the emptiness that allowed movement and choice. As Dornoch engaged the ancient weaver in combat, His rune hammer striking sparks from Grimwald's otherworldly form, Lyra began a counterweave. She drew upon the thread she had first captured, now understanding it was no accident she had found it. The tapestry itself had reached out to her, chosen her not to repair it as it was, but to help it evolve. The price would be high. To create a new balance, to mend the tears while preserving freedom, would require an anchor. A soul to stand at the boundary between order and chaos, forever maintaining the delicate equilibrium. As the final battle reached its crescendo, with reality itself hanging in the balance, Lyra made her choice. She wove her own essence into the heart of the pattern, becoming one with the tapestry even as she transformed it. The realm of Mithravale would continue, changed, strengthened, but still a place where every being could weave the threads of their own destiny. And somewhere within the cosmic loom, watching over all, a half-elven thief with mismatched eyes would ensure the pattern held, one thread at a time. Story 4. Frost crept across the sacred pools of Lumina like skeletal fingers, claiming territories where warmth had reigned eternal since the first dawn. The elven gardeners of the solar citadel watched in silent horror as the ancient blossoms, flowers that had never known winter's touch, withered and crystallized under an impossible rime. In the highest tower of the Golden Fortress, 12 astral seers convened in urgent whispers, their luminous robes catching the light of a sun that seemed to grow dimmer with each passing day. Sinordaheim's winter breaches the ancient accord, announced Elder Seraphil, her voice like wind through summer leaves, despite the gravity of her words. The eternal ice advances leagues beyond the silver mist boundaries. Already 3 farming villages lie entombed in snow that should never have touched those lands. The stellar oracle, resplendent in robes woven from captured starlight, nodded solemnly from his dais. Ancient beyond reckoning, his eyes held the depth of night skies and seemed to reflect constellations when he spoke. The accord is indeed broken, he agreed, each word measured and weighted with authority. Queen Isolde of the Ice Crown must answer for this transgression. The balance between realms falters. Already, the elemental planes show signs of disturbance. The gathered council murmured their assent, all save one, Prince Solarian, heir to the solar throne, who stood with his hand resting lightly on the hilt of Dawnziva, the legendary blade that had not tasted blood in 3 centuries of peace. "Has any emissary been sent to Norderheim?" he asked, his voice cutting through the nervous whispers. "Perhaps Queen Isolde faces troubles of her own, a usurper, an illness, some force beyond her control." The oracle's gaze sharpened. "Your compassion does you credit, young prince, but the evidence is irrefutable. The Ice Crown's magic expands unchecked. If not curbed, the elemental balance will collapse entirely." A pause, heavy with implication. "Do the accord specifies the penalty for such a breach?" Solarian felt the weight of destiny settle upon his shoulders like a physical burden. As the Citadel's champion and most accomplished blade dancer, tradition demanded he serve as the accord's executor. He would be sent to bring death to the Winter Queen, a woman he had never met, yet whose reputation for justice and wisdom had reached even the southern lands. "I shall depart at dawn," he said, bowing his head in acceptance. "May the light illuminate the truth." The oracle's smile was thin as a crescent moon. "Indeed, Prince Solarian, may truth be revealed." The journey northward took 17 days, each one colder than the last. Solarian watched the landscape transform from the verdant plains of the elven territories through the mixed forests of the borderlands, and finally into the increasingly forbidding terrain of Norderheim. By the 9th day, Ice crystals formed in his silver hair despite the enchanted warmth of his traveling cloak. By the 12th, his elven steed, a creature bred from summer itself, began to falter, its breath coming in great white plumes. On the 15th day, they encountered the first of the winter wolves, massive beasts with fur like pale blue shadow and eyes of glacial intelligence. Rather than attacking, the wolves escorted them, keeping a respectful distance as if they recognized his purpose. On the dawn of the 18th day, Nordheim's capital rose before him, the legendary Frosthold, a palace city carved from a single massive glacier, its architecture a symphony of impossible spires and crystalline domes that caught the weak northern sunlight and transformed it into rainbows of cold fire. Solarian had expected resistance, perhaps even a battle at the gates. Instead, he found them open, with an honor guard of frost knights awaiting his arrival. "The Queen has foreseen your coming, champion of the South," announced their captain, a woman whose armor was fashioned from ice harder than steel. "She awaits you in the throne of winter," led through corridors of breathtaking beauty where frozen fountains captured water in mid-spray and ice sculptures of such delicacy that they seemed to move when viewed from the corner of one's eye. Solarian felt his resolve waver. This was not the lair of a tyrant bent on breaking ancient pacts, but a place of austere and disciplined elegance. The throne room opened before him, like the heart of winter itself, vast, silent, with ceilings so high they disappeared into shadow despite the ghostly illumination provided by floating globes of pale blue flame. And there, upon a throne carved from ice so ancient it appeared black in certain lights, sat Queen Isolde of the Frost Crown. She was not what he had expected. The fearsome Winter Queen of legend should have been cruel-faced, imperious, radiating cold menace. Instead, Isolde appeared young, though with the ageless quality common to those of great magical lineage, her face drawn with exhaustion beneath its regal composure. The famous crown of ice sat upon her brow, a delicate circlet of crystal that seemed to contain swirling snowstorms within its translucent form. "Do you come to execute me, Prince of the Solar Citadel?" she said, her voice carrying the musical quality of ice chimes in a winter breeze. "For crimes against the Accord." Solarian approached the throne and knelt, one warrior acknowledging another. "I come seeking truth, Your Majesty. The eternal winter extends beyond the boundaries. The Accord is in peril. Do you think I am unaware?" For the first time, emotion cracked through her composed exterior, a flash of anguish quickly mastered. "My power wanes even as winter's grasp extends. Something drains the crown's magic, twisting it toward purposes I cannot fathom." She rose from her throne with effort, and Solarian saw now what the distance had concealed. A webwork of crystalline veins spreading from beneath the crown, tracking down her temples and neck like frozen lightning. "If you believe my death will restore balance," she continued, "then fulfill your duty, champion. I have tried and failed to contain this corruption." Solarian's hand moved to Dawnseever's hilt, then faltered. In 3 centuries as the Solar Citadel's protector, he had developed an instinct for truth that transcended mere words. Every fiber of his being told him that Isolde spoke honestly. She was as much victim as perpetrator. "What corrupts the crown's magic?" he asked, rising to his feet. A shadow of relief crossed her features, so brief he might have imagined it. "Come," she said, gesturing toward a small door behind the throne. "I will show you what little I understand." In a chamber deep beneath the Frosthold, illuminated by that same ghostly blue flame, Queen Isolde revealed a discovery that chilled Solarian more than any winter wind. Upon a pedestal of black ice rested an ancient artifact, a delicate construction of silver and crystal that resembled nothing so much as a miniature astrolabe, its concentric rings slowly rotating of their own accord. "It was unearthed 3 months ago," Isolde explained, maintaining a careful distance from the object. "My scholars identified it as elven in origin, a navigation tool for traversing the elemental planes. But since its discovery, the Crown's power has begun to drain, flowing into this device through channels I cannot sever." Solarian approached the artifact cautiously. Its design was indeed elven, but of a style so ancient he had seen it only in the oldest texts of the Citadel's forbidden archives. The script engraved upon its rings confirmed his growing suspicion. "This is no mere navigation tool," he said softly. "It's a cosmic lodestone, part of a set crafted during the Age of First Dawn. It's drawing your crown's power because—" He hesitated, the implications unfolding in his mind like a terrible flower, "because it was designed to do exactly that." "Designed by whom?" Isolde demanded. "By those who created the elemental crowns," Solarian replied, ancient history lessons snapping into clear focus. "7 crowns were forged at the world's beginning to channel and balance the elemental forces. Your ice crown is one. My people's solar diadem is another." Understanding dawned in Isolde's tired eyes. "And someone is using this artifact to unbalance that system." It wasn't a question. "The question is why and who," Solarian agreed. "But I know where we might find answers." The Brotherhood of Iron Dwarves made their home in the volcanic caverns beneath the Cinder Peak Mountains, a neutral territory that formed a natural boundary between Nordheim's frozen expanse and the elven territories to the south. Their halls of obsidian and forged metal thrummed with the heartbeat of the earth itself, a stark contrast to the crystalline silence of Frosthold. Grandmaster Thrain Fireheart received them in his forge chamber, his massive arms cross-crossed with burn scars from centuries of metalwork, his beard braided with rune-inscribed iron rings that glowed with inner heat. "So the prophecy unfolds," the ancient dwarf rumbled after hearing their tale. "The crowns stir from their long slumber." "You know of this?" Isolde asked, her voice sharp with urgency. Thrain nodded heavily. "My ancestors were tasked with forging the physical forms of the crowns, though the magic they channel came from older powers. 7 crowns to balance the elements, ice and fire, earth and air, light and shadow, with the crown of spirit binding them all. And these artifacts, these lodestones, what purpose do they serve?" Solarian pressed. "They are keys," the dwarf master replied. "Keys that can lock or unlock the crowns, powers, redirect their energies." He fixed them with a grave stare. "In the wrong hands, they could drain the crowns completely, channeling their accumulated power to a single purpose. Or a single crown," Solarian concluded, the final piece falling into place. "Someone is attempting to funnel the other crowns' powers into one. Who would have knowledge of such ancient magic?" Isolde wondered. The answer struck Solarian like a physical blow. Someone ancient, someone with access to forbidden knowledge and the trust of those who guard the crowns. He met Isolde's gaze, seeing his own horror reflected there. The Stellar Oracle. Their return journey became a desperate race against catastrophe. With Thrain's guidance, they had identified the signs, forests spontaneously igniting in the west, where the crown of fire was kept by the salamander lords, hurricanes forming over the eastern plains, where the sylphs guarded the crown of air, earthquakes beneath the Stoneheart Mountains, where earth elementals maintained their crown. The oracle was systematically weakening all the crowns, drawing their power through the network of lodestones to an unknown destination. Solarian and Isolde traveled first to the solar citadel, knowing they must secure the crown of light before the oracle could compromise it. They arrived to find the golden spires of the elven stronghold gleaming weakly under a sun that seemed to have lost its vigor. We are too late," Solarian whispered as they approached the grand gates. "The drain has already begun." Isolde touched his arm, frost forming briefly beneath her fingertips. "Not too late to stop him. My crown still holds power, as does your sword." Dawnsever hummed in agreement from its scabbard, the enchanted blade sensing the coming conflict. The citadel's gardens, once vibrant with eternal blooms, now stood half-withered, caught between life and unnatural decay. Few guardians challenged their progress. Most of the elven defenders lay in enchanted sleep, collapsed where they stood when the oracle had begun his final ritual. They found him in the celestial chamber, the sacred heart of the citadel, where the crown of light had rested since the world's dawn. The chamber's domed ceiling, once transparent to show the stars above, now swirled with unnatural energies, a vortex of elemental forces straining against their natural boundaries. And at the center stood the stellar oracle, no longer stooped with age but standing tall, his body suffused with stolen power. Around him floated 6 of the 7 crown lodestones, each pulsing with the energy drained from its corresponding crown. Above his head hovered the solar diadem itself, its golden radiance dimmed to a feeble glow. "Ah, the champions arrive," the oracle remarked without turning. "Too late, I fear. 5 crowns have already yielded their essence. Yours will be the 6th, Ice Queen, and then only the crown of spirit remains." "Why?" Solarian demanded, Dawnsever drawn and gleaming with inner light. "You were our guardian, our guide." "I was a prisoner," the oracle replied, his voice resonating with new power, "bound to maintain a flawed balance established by beings who understood nothing of true potential. These 1,000 years I have watched mortals squander the stability gifted to them, engaging in petty wars, pointless cruelties." He turned, and his eyes now shone with the combined light of 5 elemental forces. "With the power of all 7 crowns, I will reforge reality itself, a perfect world, without chaos, without the mess of free will." "You speak of tyranny," Isolde said, the ice crown flaring with renewed purpose on her brow. "I speak of salvation," the oracle countered. "And now surrender your crown, Winter Queen, or watch as I take it by force." The chamber erupted in elemental chaos as 3 wills clashed, oracle, queen, and prince, each wielding powers beyond mortal comprehension. Light and ice, fire and wind, earth and shadow battled for supremacy as the very foundations of reality groaned under the strain. In that moment of ultimate crisis, as elements warred and boundaries between worlds grew thin, Solarian and Isolde made a desperate choice. Rather than fighting separately, they united their crowns, remaining powers, ice and light, winter and sun, forces that should have opposed each other flowing together in perfect harmony. The oracle had not foreseen such cooperation, had not calculated that 2 elemental forces freely joined could create something new, something beyond his control. A blinding flash engulfed the chamber as crown and sword, ice and light, merged in defiance of the oracle's stolen power. When vision returned, the ancient manipulator lay defeated, the lodestones scattered and inert around his crumpled form. But the victory came at a cost. The elemental balance, strained beyond recovery, would need to be rebuilt. The 7 crowns, now freed from their ancient repositories, would require new guardians, new methods of maintaining harmony. As dawn broke over the solar citadel, Solarian and Isolde stood upon its highest tower, watching as both sun and snow painted the awakening world in hues of gold and silver. The first of the 7 crowns had been recovered, a beginning, not an end. 6 more remained, scattered across decaying kingdoms, each one essential to restore the elemental balance before cataclysm claimed the world they sought to preserve. "It seems our journey has only just begun," Isolde remarked, the ice crown now gleaming with renewed purpose upon her brow. Solarian nodded, Dawn's ever humming with anticipation at his side. "And then let us write the next chapter of this legend together." And so they set forth, ice and fire, winter and sun, opposites united in a quest to reforge the broken balance of a world hovering on the brink of transformation. Story 5. The ground trembled beneath Drakenmoor as it had not done for a century. Deep within the scorched valley where the great dragon war had ended, fissures appeared in the black glass earth, exhaling ancient air that carried the scent of brimstone and decay. The obsidian tombs, 7 great monoliths of midnight stone etched with runes of binding, had stood unbroken since the last of the mighty dragons had been slain. Now, hairline cracks traced across their gleaming surfaces like webs spun by some dark architect. Kylan Fogo Sabio knelt at the base of the central tomb, his apprentice robes of indigo and silver rippling in the hot wind that gusted across the valley floor. The young mage passed his hand over the fractures, careful not to touch the stone directly. Even without contact, he could feel the malevolent energy pulsing beneath, something stirring, something that should remain eternally dormant. "The seals weaken," he whispered, his voice carried away by the moaning wind. The Council of Mages had sent him to investigate reports from the Boundary Wardens, but they had not expected this level of deterioration. Kylan brushed a strand of copper hair from his eyes and withdrew a small crystal sphere from his satchel. "Illumina Veritas," he murmured, and the orb began to glow with inner light, capturing images of the damaged seals for his return to Thaumaturgis Tower. He worked methodically, documenting each monolith's condition. The sun had begun its descent behind the jagged peaks of the Ashen Mountains, when Kylan noticed something peculiar about the pattern of cracks. They weren't random, they followed specific lines, deliberately weakening certain runes while leaving others intact. This wasn't natural decay, this was sabotage. A shadow passed overhead, too large to be a bird. Kylan glanced up, but nothing interrupted the crimson sky. Still, an instinct honed by 8 years of magical training told him he was no longer alone. He slipped the crystal sphere into his pocket and began the incantation for a concealment charm. "Don't bother with invisibility, apprentice. I'd still smell your fear." The voice struck like a physical blow, knocking the half-formed spell from Kylan's mind. He turned slowly to find himself facing Archmage Valorian, his mentor, the most revered member of the council, and the last person Kylan had expected to find in this desolate place. The Archmage stood atop the nearest tomb, his ceremonial robes of deepest crimson appearing almost black in the fading light. His silver hair and beard caught the wind, giving him the appearance of some ancient deity descended from the heavens to pass judgment. "Master Valorian," Kylan managed, bowing low to hide his confusion. "I didn't expect the council to send you as well." "The council didn't send me, boy." The Archmage leapt from the monolith with the agility of someone half his 70 years, landing silently on the obsidian plain. "I came because I felt my work being examined." "Your work?" Kylan repeated, comprehension dawning with terrible clarity. "You're weakening the seals." Valorian's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Not weakening, transforming." "Do you know what lies beneath these crude prisons, Kylan? not dragons, as the common folk believe, but something far older. The primordials, beings of pure elemental essence that existed before dragons, before elves, before even the shaping of the world. The Archmage approached, each step leaving momentary impressions of arcane symbols that flared and faded in the black glass earth. Yet I've spent decades deciphering the true meaning of the runes on these tombs. They're not just bindings, they're a template for absorption. The dragons knew it. That's why they tried to break the seals during the Great War. They sought the power of their creators. But the primordials were imprisoned for a reason. Kaelin protested, backing away. The ancient texts say they sought to unmake creation itself. The ancient texts were written by cowards, Valorian snarled, his composure cracking. Those who feared power rather than embracing it. With the essence of the primordials, I can reshape reality, eliminate disease, hunger, even death itself. At what cost? Kaelin asked, though he already knew the answer. The teachings were clear. Such magic demanded sacrifice. Transformation, not creation. Valorian's eyes gleamed with fanatic fervor, a worthwhile one. The spell requires a singular catalyst, the essence of the last dragon bloodline. For a century, I believed all dragons extinguished, until I discovered rumors of a wild elf in the petrified forest who guards something precious, the last unhatched dragon egg. Horror bloomed in Kaelin's chest. You would destroy the last dragon, break the seals. Master, this is madness. This is destiny. Valorian raised his staff, crystalline energies gathering at its tip. I had hoped to make you understand, to join me as my successor in the new world I'll create, but I see now that was a miscalculation. The blast of energy came with blinding speed. Kaelin barely managed to raise a shield, but the force still sent him sprawling across the obsidian plain. As consciousness faded, he saw Valorian turn back to the monoliths, hands raised as he resumed the forbidden ritual that would doom them all. Kaelin awoke to darkness and the scent of pine and wild herbs. Pain lanced through his head as he tried to rise, finding himself on a bed of moss in what appeared to be a hollowed tree trunk of impossible size. The interior was illuminated by small globes of ghostly blue light hovering near the curved ceiling. The apprentice awakens, came a melodic voice from the shadows, though your wounds suggested a longer recovery. A figure stepped into the light, an elf maiden with skin the deep bronze of ancient bark and hair like living silver that seemed to flow rather than fall around her shoulders. Her eyes, however, were what captured Kaelin's attention. Vertical pupils of deepest amber set against emerald irises. No pure-blooded elf had such eyes. "Oh, who are you?" he managed, his throat parched. "How did I get here?" "I am Iridessa," she replied, offering a carved wooden cup filled with spring water. "As for how, I followed the tremors in the earth to their source and found you unconscious, while that red-robed betrayer worked his foul magic. I would have confronted him, but my duty lies elsewhere." "Your duty?" Instead of answering, Iridessa gestured for him to follow. Still unsteady, Kaelin rose and trailed her through a winding passage within the great tree, emerging into a central chamber that stole his breath. The space was vast, defying the outer dimensions of the tree. At its center, nestled in a bed of glowing embers, lay an egg the size of a war shield. Its surface gleamed like polished opal, with swirls of crimson and gold shifting beneath a translucent shell. "The last dragon egg," Kaelin whispered, understanding dawning. Valorian was right. "Valorian has ever sought what is not his to claim," Iridessa said, her voice hardening. "My mother was the last dragon's rider. When the great Orothax fell in the final battle, he entrusted his unborn offspring to her care. For a century, my family has guarded this egg, waiting for the day when the world would be safe for dragons once more. She placed a gentle hand on the egg's surface, and it pulsed with inner light in response. I am the last of my line, as this hatchling will be the last of its kind. We are bound by blood and oath. I cannot leave the forest, and the egg cannot hatch until certain conditions are met. What conditions? Kaelin asked, still mesmerized by the shifting colors beneath the shell. The ritual of awakening must be performed at the fallen temple, deep within the heart of the petrified forest. It requires elements I cannot gather alone. The breath of a forge, contained in dwarvish crystal, the tears of an ancient, captured in elven silver, and the will of humanity, carried in the heart of one who has faced betrayal, yet chosen hope. Iridessa fixed him with those unsettling amber emerald eyes. You are the first human to find this sanctuary in 50 years, apprentice of the betrayer. Is it coincidence, I wonder, or the workings of a deeper fate? Kaelin shook his head, struggling to absorb all he had learned. Valorian plans to use the egg to break the obsidian tombs, seals, to absorb the power of the primordials. If he succeeds, then all is lost, Iridessa finished, unless we awaken that which he seeks to destroy. A living dragon would be beyond his ability to sacrifice. But you said you need dwarvish crystal, Kaelin pointed out. The dwarves have sealed their mountain halls since the Dragon War. They blame the dragons as much as they blame the primordials for the devastation. A smile tilted Iridessa's lips. Not all dwarves hide behind stone doors. The Forjatrovo clan maintains an outpost at the edge of the petrified forest. Their ancestors fought alongside Orothax in the final battle. If properly approached, they might yet honor ancient alliances. Determination rose in Kaelin's chest, displacing fear and uncertainty. Then we must try. I've seen the tombs. The seals will not hold much longer. How soon can we leave? At first light, Iridessa replied, her hand still resting protectively on the egg. But know this, mage apprentice, if you betray this sanctuary as your master betrayed his oath, my arrows will find your heart before your next breath is drawn. Kaelin met her gaze steadily. I was raised to protect the balance of magic in this world, not to shatter it for personal gain. Valorian has forsaken everything he taught me. I will not make the same mistake. The Forjatrovo outpost crouched like a metal toad at the forest's edge, where the petrified trees gave way to the lower slopes of the iron peaks. Smoke belched from multiple chimneys, carrying the scent of hot metal and dwarvish spices across the otherwise silent landscape. Kaelin approached alone, as they had agreed. Iridessa, bearing the precious egg in a specially constructed sling across her back, watched from the shelter of the tree line, bow ready. The gates, twice as wide as they were tall in typical dwarvish fashion, swung open before he could announce himself. A squad of heavily armored dwarves marched out in precise formation, battle axes gleaming in the pale sunlight. Their leader, distinguished by a helm crowned with red crystal shards, stepped forward. And to state your business, human, these lands aren't for wandering. I seek audience with Chief Forgemaster Grimthorn, Kaelin replied, using the name Iridessa had provided, regarding an oath sworn to Orothax Flamewing during the final battle of the Dragon War. The words fell like stones into still water. The dwarves exchanged glances, hands tightening on axe handles. Those words haven't been spoken in decades, the leader said cautiously. Who sent you? The last guardian of the petrified forest, Kaelin answered, and time grows short. The obsidian tombs weaken. The primordials stir in their prison. The leader removed his helm, revealing a face weathered as old leather and a beard braided with metal beads that clinked softly as he moved. I am Grimthorn. The oath you speak of was my father's burden, now mine. If the Guardian has truly sent you, where is the proof? Kalen raised his hand, palm up, and whistled a three-note signal. From the forest's edge, Iridessa emerged, the opalescent egg visible in its sling across her back. The dwarves fell to one knee as if struck, axes lowered. Grimthorn's eyes widened, his ruddy complexion paling. By the Forge Father's hammer, he breathed. It survived. The journey to the fallen temple deep within the petrified forest was fraught with danger. Twice they encountered boundary wardens corrupted by Valorian's influence, their eyes gleaming with unnatural light as they sought the egg their master coveted. The combined magic of Kalen, Iridessa, and the dwarvish rune priests repelled them, but each confrontation left the party diminished. On the seventh day, as the twin moons aligned in a celestial event that occurred only once per century, they reached their destination. The fallen temple was no building in the conventional sense, but a vast clearing where petrified trees had been arranged in concentric circles. At the center stood an altar of living wood, the only growing thing in the otherwise stone forest. "We're the heart of the old world," Iridessa explained as she carefully placed the egg upon the altar, "where dragon and elf, dwarf and human once gathered in harmony before the primordials taught us fear and division." Grimthorn approached, bearing a crystal vessel that glowed with contained fire. "The breath of the forge, willingly given," he declared, placing it beside the egg. Iridessa added a delicate silver vial. "And the tears of the ancient, preserved through generations." All eyes turned to Kalen. Understanding his role at last, he approached the altar and placed his hands upon the egg. Its surface was warm, pulsing with life long dormant. "The will of humanity," he said softly, "carried in a heart that chooses hope over power, creation over destruction." The ritual began as the aligned moons reached their zenith. Chants in three tongues, elven, dwarvish, and the ancient human language of power blended into a harmony that seemed to make the petrified trees resonate like crystal goblets. But as the egg began to glow with increasing brightness, a cold wind swept through the temple clearing, extinguishing the ceremonial fires and bringing a familiar presence. "How disappointingly predictable," came Valorian's voice as the Archmage materialized at the edge of the circle. "Dee, the rejected apprentice, the half-breed guardian, and the oath-bound dwarves, all playing your parts as written in prophecies older than your civilizations." He approached, each step burning sigils into the ancient earth. "Did none of you wonder why the egg hasn't hatched in a century? Why it required this specific celestial alignment?" His laughter echoed unnaturally. "Because it's not merely a dragon within, but the vessel prepared for Orothax's soul, the only dragon to ever witness the primordials' true form and survive." Kalen stepped forward, staff raised defensively. "Whatever your plan, Master, it ends here. The ritual is begun. The dragon awakens." "Oh, I'm counting on it," Valorian replied with a terrible smile. "Why do you think I allowed you to flee, to find the Guardian, to reach this place?" "The egg will hatch, and when it does, I will bind the newborn and its guardian to my will, using their combined essence to complete what I began at the tombs." With frightening speed, the Archmage unleashed a barrage of spells that tore through their defenses. Dwarven warriors fell like wheat before a scythe. Iridessa was thrown against a petrified tree with bone-crushing force. Kalen himself was brought to his knees by magic that invaded his mind like burning needles. Through swimming vision, Kalen saw Valorian approach the altar, where the egg now pulsed with blinding light, cracks appearing across its opalescent surface. In that moment of desperation, Kalen remembered something Iridessa had said. They were bound by blood and oath, guardian and dragon. With the last of his strength, he crawled toward her fallen form, pressing his hand to the wound on her temple. "Blood and oath," he whispered, then smeared her blood across his own heart before lunging toward the altar. "Bound as one." He reached the egg, just as it shattered in an explosion of light and heat. Valorian's triumphant cry turned to one of rage as Kalen embraced the newborn dragon, a creature of living flame and opal scales, and completed the Guardian's oath with his own blood. "What have you done?" Valorian screamed as power beyond reckoning cascaded through the clearing. Kalen felt the dragon's consciousness touch his own, ancient yet newborn, powerful yet innocent. Through their newfound bond, he understood what must be done. "We've chosen creation over destruction," Kalen replied, his voice blending with the dragon's harmonic rumble. "As was always intended." The dragon spread wings still damp from the egg, its scales catching moonlight and transforming it into prismatic brilliance. Together, bound by sacrifice and choice, dragon and human rose against the corrupted archmage, the true last guardians of a world poised between renewal and oblivion. Story 6. The towers of Silverhaven gleamed like pearl daggers against the evening sky, their alabaster surfaces capturing the dying sunlight and transforming it into a symphony of rose and gold. For 1,000 years, the elven stronghold had stood as a testament to the harmonious blend of nature and artifice. Living trees coaxed over centuries to grow into perfect arches and spiraling staircases, their branches intertwined with enchanted silver that sang softly in the breeze. But tonight, discordant notes disturbed that ancient melody as alarm bells shattered the twilight tranquility. Elandir sprinted through the moonlit corridor, his ceremonial guard armor catching the light from crystal lanterns suspended in the air above him. The captain of the Royal Guard had summoned all sentinels to the sacred chamber, an unprecedented action in his 50 years of service. Dread coiled in his stomach like a serpent as he descended the spiraling path to the heart of Silverhaven. The sacred chamber's doors stood open, another ill omen. Inside, chaos reigned where reverent silence should have prevailed. High counselors in flowing robes of starlight silk argued in raised voices while guards formed a perimeter around the chamber's center. And there, where the legendary sword Luminar had rested upon a pedestal of living moonstone for 5 centuries, lay nothing but empty air. Captain Silverlance's voice cut through the cacophony as Elandir entered. "Seal the city. No one enters or leaves until the sacred blade is recovered. The treaty delegation from Stonehammer Hold arrives at dawn," a counselor objected. "If we deny them entry after finally achieving peace." "Peace!" The captain's laugh was brittle as winter ice. "That peace ends the moment the dwarves learn Luminar is missing, a sword forged from the heart crystal of the mountain they hold sacred. They will claim we violated the treaty before the ink dried." Elandir moved closer, drawn by duty and dread in equal measure. As he approached the empty pedestal, an ancient magic pulsed beneath his feet, the chamber's warning system, designed to record any disturbance. Golden light swirled upward, coalescing into a perfect image that drew gasps from the assembled elves. The magical recreation showed a figure in elite guard armor, Elandir's armor, approaching the sword under cover of darkness, disabling the primary wards with practiced ease, and vanishing with Luminar in hand. Every eye turned to Elandir as the phantom image dissolved. "Seize the traitor," Captain Silverlance commanded, his voice heavy with betrayal. "I didn't," Elandir began, but guard hands were already upon him, stripping away his weapons. He could have fought, should have fought, but shock rendered him compliant. How could the chamber's unfailing magic show such a falsehood? Before he could gather his thoughts, a new commotion erupted at the chamber entrance. Elder Moonshadow, the High Sage of Silverhaven, swept into the room, his ancient face grave. "The theft is but the beginning," the Elder announced. "Our sentries report movement in the Whispering Forest." The dwarven encampment has broken formation. They march for Silverhaven with weapons drawn. Somehow, they already know of Luminar's loss. Amid the renewed chaos, Elendil saw his opportunity. With a quick twist learned through centuries of combat training, he broke free from his distracted captors and sprinted for the secret passage hidden behind the chamber's tapestries, a route known only to the elite guard. Behind him, shouts of alarm faded as he plunged into darkness. Innocence meant nothing now. Only finding the true thief could clear his name and perhaps prevent the bloodshed looming on the horizon. The Whispering Forest earned its name from the constant murmur of its silver-leaf trees, whose branches swayed even in the absence of wind. 3 days had passed since Elendil's flight from Silverhaven. 3 days of sleeping in hollowed logs and drinking from enchanted streams, avoiding both elven search parties and dwarven warbands that now prowled the ancient woods. He crouched low as a contingent of heavily armored dwarves marched along the forest path below his perch, their axes gleaming dully in the dappled light. "Treacherous leaf lovers," growled their leader, a broad-shouldered warrior with a flame-red beard braided with iron rings. "Breaking faith before the ink dries. The Thane was a fool to trust them." "Perhaps," rumbled another, "but we have our orders. Find the sword, not vengeance. Thorgar Stonehammer's company will handle the western approach." The name struck Elendil like a physical blow. Stonehammer, the clan supposedly massacred by elven warriors during the last Great War. If one survived and now sought vengeance. Elendil waited until the dwarves passed before descending from his hiding place. A new urgency drove him westward through the whispering trees. If this Thorgar sought the sword as a catalyst for renewed bloodshed, Elendil needed to find him first. The forest thickened as he pressed westward, the trees growing closer together, their silver leaves darkening to a burnished copper hue. The whispers intensified, occasionally forming words that brushed against his consciousness like phantom fingers. Betrayal, awakening, shadow. Night had fallen when Elendil detected the glow of a campfire ahead. Moving with the silent grace of his kind, he approached until he could make out a solitary figure, a dwarf with a wild mane of dark hair and a beard bound by a single band of black iron. Beside him lay an impressive warhammer whose head was carved from a single piece of obsidian, runes of power etched into its gleaming surface. Thorgar Stonehammer looked nothing like Elendil had imagined. No bloodthirsty warrior consumed by hatred, but a dwarf who sat in quiet contemplation, his weathered face marked by grief rather than rage as he stared into the dancing flames. Deciding that stealth had served its purpose, Elendil stepped deliberately on a dry branch. The sharp crack shattered the night's silence. Thorgar was on his feet in an instant, hammer raised, eyes scanning the darkness. "Show yourself, lurker, or my next throw splits whatever shadow hides you." Elendil emerged with empty hands raised. "I come unarmed, Thorgar Stonehammer." The dwarf's eyes narrowed. Elendil Dawnguard. "The traitor of Silverhaven." He lowered his hammer slightly. "Curious, I expected to hunt you, yet you deliver yourself to my camp." "I'm no traitor," Elendil replied. "The sword was stolen by someone using magic to wear my form. A convenient claim. If I had stolen Luminar to reignite the war, why would I seek out the most dangerous dwarf in the forest?" Thorgar's laugh was as dry as stone grinding against stone. Dangerous? Aye, that I am. The last survivor of a clan your kind put to the sword tends to develop a certain edge. He gestured toward the fire with his hammer. Sit. If I decide you're lying, you'll die faster with a full stomach than an empty one. They shared a meal of forest roots and dried venison in uneasy silence before Thorgar spoke again. Something doesn't fit. The theft, the immediate knowledge among my kin, your apparent framing. Too convenient, too orchestrated. He tossed another branch onto the fire. Someone wants war, and neither of us seems to be that someone. The sword is key, Elendil said, not just as a symbol. Luminar was forged from the heart crystal of your sacred mountain, but do you know why it was created? Thorgar's expression darkened. To seal the black drake beneath the mountain. The legends say your greatest mage and our greatest smith worked together, tempering the blade in dragon's blood and binding the creature in eternal slumber. And if someone sought to undo that binding, the implications hung in the air between them, more tangible than the campfire smoke. After a long moment, Thorgar nodded grimly. There are rumors among my people, the dwarf said. A shadow worker has been seen near the crystal caverns, a witch who speaks with a forked tongue and leaves withered plants in her wake. Morwen, Elendil breathed. The shadow witch of the western wastes, exiled from Silverhaven centuries ago for forbidden necromancy, their eyes met across the flames, ancient enemies finding common ground in shared peril. Dawn comes soon, Thorgar said, rising. The crystal caverns are 2 days' journey if we travel without rest. We, Elendil raised an eyebrow. The dwarf hefted his war hammer. My clan's blood still stains the stones of your city, Elf. But if the black drake rises, vengeance becomes a luxury neither of our peoples can afford. The crystal caverns lived up to their name. Vast chambers stretched beneath the roots of the whispering forest, their walls encrusted with gemstones that caught the light of Thorgar's enchanted lantern and refracted it 1,000-fold. The air hummed with ancient magic, the boundary between the mortal realm and the deeper places of power growing thin. For a day and a half, they had followed traces of Morwen's passage, withered fungi, black ichor smeared on crystal formations, and most telling, the growing sense of wrongness that pressed against their senses like a physical weight. She's performing a ritual, Elendil whispered, as they entered a massive cavern dominated by a natural bridge of crystal spanning a chasm of unfathomable depth. I can feel the disruption in the magical currents. Aye, Thorgar agreed, his voice equally low, and I feel the mountain trembling. The black drake stirs in its sleep. At the center of the crystal bridge stood a figure draped in robes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Morwen the Shadow Witch had her back to them, arms raised as she chanted in a language that made the crystals around them shudder. Before her, hovering in a nimbus of sickly green energy, floated Luminar, its legendary silver blade now stained with darkness that spread like ink through water. The sword is being corrupted, Elendil hissed. She's inverting its magic, turning a seal into a key. Then we end her, Thorgar replied simply, readying his hammer. But as they prepared to charge, Morwen turned. Her face, once elven fair according to the legends, had transformed into something reptilian, scales gleaming where skin should be, vertical pupils dilating in the dim light. The last Stonehammer and the disgraced Dawn Guard, she crooned, her voice resonating oddly as if two throats produced it simultaneously. How perfect. The blood of those who bound my ancestor shall be the final component in its release. Your ancestor. Thorgar's grip on his hammer tightened. The black drake was no mere dragon. Morwen smiled, revealing teeth too sharp for any elf. It was the progenitor of two bloodlines, one through the elves who stole its magic, she gestured to Elendil, and one through the dwarves who stole its treasure. Her gaze shifted to Thorgar. Horrified understanding dawned on Elendil. You're saying we both carry dragon's blood? Very diluted, but essential for my ritual. The sword was forged with the blood of your ancestors, enemies who shared a secret lineage they themselves never knew. Now their descendants' blood will undo what theirs created. Morwen gestured, and invisible force slammed both warriors to the crystal bridge. As they struggled against magic stronger than any physical bonds, the witch approached with a curved dagger. I need but a few drops from each, she said almost kindly. You'll live long enough to witness the Black Drake's return, long enough to see your petty civilizations burn. But as the blade touched Thorgar's outstretched palm, the dwarf's eyes met Elendil's. Something passed between them, an understanding born not of words, but of shared blood, however distant the connection. With a roar that shook the cavern, Thorgar broke free through sheer force of will, his hammer swinging in an arc that caught Morwen's shoulder. Simultaneously, Elendil channeled the magic trying to bind him, redirecting it outward in a blast that sent the witch staggering. What followed was a battle where seconds stretched like hours. Morwen's magic lashed out in tendrils of shadow, while Thorgar's hammer struck with the fury of his lost clan. Elendil, weaponless, became living magic, channeling the cavern's ambient energy through forms of combat long forbidden in peacetime. The crystal bridge cracked beneath them as power surged and clashed, and in the chaos, Luminar began to fall toward the unfathomable chasm below. Without hesitation, Elendil dove after it, body stretched in perfect form as he plummeted into darkness. His fingers closed around the sword's hilt, and in that moment of contact, knowledge flooded his consciousness. The weapon's true purpose, the lineage he shared with the dwarf fighting above, and most importantly, how to end Morwen's threat forever. As he fell, Elendil focused his will through the ancient blade. Luminar's darkness burned away, its true silver radiance returning with blinding intensity. The sword responded to his blood, dragon's blood, and bent reality around him. Instead of falling to his death, Elendil found himself standing behind Morwen as she battled Thorgar on the crumbling bridge. The Shadow Witch sensed his presence too late. Luminar, singing with power renewed, plunged through her heart. Not blood, but shadow poured from the wound as Morwen screamed, a sound that began as elven but ended with the roar of a thwarted dragon. As her form dissolved into mist that dissipated among the crystals, the cavern's trembling subsided. Far below, the black drake settled back into its ancient slumber, the danger averted for now. Thorgar approached cautiously, eyeing the sword in Elendil's hand. It recognizes you as its master, not master. Guardian. Elendil extended Luminar, offering its hilt to the dwarf. It recognizes both our bloodlines, created to be wielded by elf and dwarf together, a symbol of unity perverted into one of division. Thorgar's calloused fingers brushed the hilt, and the sword hummed in recognition. So we are kin, after a fashion, he said, wonder softening his gruff voice. Distant cousins through dragon's blood. Distant enough, Elendil smiled, but kin nonetheless. The crystal bridge, damaged but holding, gleamed beneath them as they stood together. An elf and a dwarf, hereditary enemies but bloodline brothers, united by a truth hidden for centuries. I suppose, Thorgar said as they turned toward the cavern's exit. "This means I'll have to explain to my battle brothers why I'm returning to Silverhaven in the company of their most wanted criminal." "And I," Elendil replied, "will need to explain to my kin why the last Stonehammer deserves not vengeance but honor. They'll never believe us. Then we'll show them." Together, Luminar gleamed between them, no longer a blade of discord, but a beacon of newfound understanding, one that might, with care and courage, forge a peace stronger than any that had come before.